Hello and welcome to the stream today. Alright, let's get it started. Today we are trying to catch up on the MSQ. Alright, so that means we need to go to... No, I should have talked to them before leaving. Hold on. I need to pick up the next part of this quest, which is probably M4. After what's happened, I can't help but feel worried. I'll see if I can locate New Yini via her terminal. What? She's outside Everkeep. She's never gone without a word like this. Something isn't right. I'm sorry, Kara, but could you help me find her? The signal from her terminal suggests she's somewhere in East Ysulani. Right, that's a side quest we'll continue some other time. For now, I'm like so close yet so far. Okay. We're just a little bit of a walk away from it. Yep. Let me just go in here. Shale. If you have a moment, Kara, Geode wants to talk to you. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral. Clear the idea of where things would be beneficial for us all. First things first, then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and the vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. While these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right, no additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I had the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with impunity? Calix. He lived in the age of Storm Surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrotrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Oh man, he's a robot. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core system. Harm the people is constant. I do not pretend to fully understand Calix's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted what strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the stimulant to convince Alexandrians of the endless conversion in there. The eternal life is assured for 5,000 years who register their Neo. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With a relic in his possession, he will draw aether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. That sounds terrible. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scanning the terminal we found with the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. Thanks, Ghouljaw. While Ghouljaw and Shale are working on that, I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lands Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tululiolo. Alphano and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector. If I may, I'd like to join Kara's group if you'll have me. No. Damn. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best to not be a burden. I'm worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back to goods on Calix. Come on, let's continue this outside. Alright, Geode, let's do this. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, I do not blame them for that. It's only natural as such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lives as an Alexandrian, I wish the choice of the country's future back into the hands of the citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my grandparents gifted me as a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. So she's a scholar. I was fortunate enough to tutor in arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. If 2 of you take the west side of the recreation zone, then Kara and I will take the east. Very well, we should end our patrol in the plaza, just past True View, and await you. For some odd reason, I thought Geode was using, he was, what's it called? Gun breaker? Yeah, I thought he was a gun breaker. He's a machinist. Certain duties require that 1 or more NPCs accompany you in order. I think I remember this. As long as they accompany you, they remain at your side. These are special places I could talk. Parting ways with them. Alright, let's go. Talk to the citizen, then go talk to him in the square. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. No need. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen XIV said so. Whoa. Discuss True View. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season and when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street in the morning or afternoon. The worst ever got on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. He was a drunken mess. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate your offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when the machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky. He didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. I mean, yeah, riding one of those air riders is scary. If you only have one life to live. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've registered my new regular. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now I've gone through with the registration. I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers of the 5,000 slots available. Over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, friend, when the only few slots left, you're going to get it's going to get very ugly. I feel like there's a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with the people in the back room. That fights will break out over these things. That 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but you sure there wasn't anything else? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulars, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into casualties of the recent attack and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. This is where we talk about him getting drunk. I'm pretty sure he can run. Yeah, he can run. Go to the next spot and do the same thing. Discuss the overcargo. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. Little ones who'd jump for joy when I brought them packages, and the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. He was a drunk, he was a courier. Oop, almost ran past the first person. Unarmed sentry. How are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing report from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to recreation zone? You must have some estimated on hand. Recalibrating perimeters. 87 individual casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Uh-oh. That's not good. Targeted attacks. Sanitation. You wish to know if people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? Sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about where quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else to mention. Scene. I was half joking about the boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryle say to meet at the plaza outside of Trueview? Let's get going. Alright, we're gonna run our asses there. Alright, now we're at a jog. Hey, Kryle. Tell them what happened. So essentially, you're saying the people who were killed by malfunction machines weren't wearing regulators? While the numbers are tentative and only apply to one zone, we don't know how they'll stack against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they are clearly rejected the old system from moving souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances which such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen these least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He'd have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. He doesn't want all 5,000, he wants them all. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had come up with something else. What about the dust? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that? You recall when we went to Aaronvale, the sentries in the skirts? The usher Malachite told us the same thing. There wasn't a body, there was just dust. He did say that. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention... In that case, we should confirm the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also intent of Calyx's murderous actions. Sorry, we're getting a call. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Nope. But we will. Our new investigation has to be put on hold. We're about to get into it. I don't know who punched who. They can corrupt them one by one.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Oh shit.
Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
The man fainted a little.
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
Not so lucky.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Uh-oh.
Go to them, quickly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss.
Remembers the Queen.
Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Okay. Promise of tomorrow. Hey, I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. We'll do tenacity since we're playing tank right now. Our comrade, do you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, it isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. I thank you. Please be careful yourself. Alright, we have our mission. Isadora is going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, though. The brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. The sentry's behaving like noble, and then all of a sudden it tried to grill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Yahweh. I'm sorry, by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have Radius locked down. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. Alright, since Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory is true, then they should be prime targets. Please do what you can to shepherd residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. I could only but use so many. We've made modifications to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal. Must have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. My Yahweh has one too, so I'll ask her to keep you informed. Good luck and stay safe. And stay safe. Geode said he would be sweeping the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Destination. No sign. Perhaps you siege further east. Gotta jump down a little. See no sign of Geode. Liakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode, answer me. No response. Perhaps it's continue your search further to the east. I thought I could jump on this machine. I cannot. No signs of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
What the?
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
Oh shit.
The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit.
Can't believe he threw it.
You can't be here. You need to run now.
A trap.
Whoa. Why? But that one isn't messed up, which means somebody's controlling it.
Take care of the others, eh?
And so it begins.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
You didn't get one.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Oof.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
Absolutely not. I'll halt your harvest by stopping you.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
But he left. Did he? What? Does that hold the ether energy? These ashes. And the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geode? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless would continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for many more endless, why that too can be a noble sacrifice for good. Who could even think that? Not I, Cryle. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in his sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. Can't let the key fall into his possession. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he terrorizes innocents. Complete. Gripped by sadness, Sphene spurns herself. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Ryakwe to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode, he was an older brother to nostalgia and me. Jill knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened to Kachua. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's put on a brave face for me and my sister. How you doing, Shale? Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on for the hunt for Calyx. But I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Used to say the best thing grief was to let it all out. Why is Gratia here? Or has he always been here? Some blubber if you've shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. Alright, good. It'll just have me follow her. Alright, good notes, babies. That's cool. For years now, I've been taking them out for a turn whenever I get the chance. Sometimes you would come along too. We'd end up racing. Don't race. Don't have me race. Does this surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We'd often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers out of here. Almost there. That helped clear my head a touch. You know, Kara, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regular these days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Memories. Oh, shit. Route clear, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Geode's memory.
Oh.
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight?
Oh,
What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realize, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Alright. Time we went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryle to help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something there that can point us in the right direction. Car, is that you? Apologies for the sudden call. Making the rounds on the outskirts, I cannot help but feel as if though something is amiss. Join me, your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending the Shale, of course. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. There we go. Teleport. Walking like a pleb. As I mentioned, it would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but P acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought it might be better equipped to judge their behavior, usual or not. Would you speak with them? See what you think. They hope to be proven wrong. Uh-oh. This doesn't seem good. That's a cool looking bike. And it's coming well. It's not your life. Lose. Me? I got myself one of those Neo regulators just a while ago. Display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after the machine malfunction. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Evolve. That's the tricky part. The guy said evolve. Trembling resident. Perhaps Queen Sween. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought, and now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna have to get a drink after this last person. Damn dirty hiccups got me again. Lock duties that we can't do just yet. Greetings, I remember when you visited Queen Sween. Come check out our well-being, have you? I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when the machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to claim a new device early on and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now, and I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and must cast it out. a little off. So what do you think? Was I right? Their fear is palpable. Certainty in each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long before they get into a full-blown panic? I don't know. Amati and Alphino. Something's gone wrong. She wants us there in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wow, Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate!
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
That was pretty cool and dramatic. In which case, you'd best spread out, keep an eye on the crowds. Mood is tense. You must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine what Calyx is hiding, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Vision for our nation. All right. I'm gonna grab a drink. It'll be a brief moment. I just need to grab a water. I'll be right back. Alright. Look Lamont. Look Lamont assesses her surroundings with grim determination. But what the nation of Lake Queen was so desperate to preserve, what of the bright haven of peace and laughter? Look Lamont. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her last. I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone. There's much in this world that I love. Too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we couldn't do alone. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when I turned me here in their final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. I would be yours as well, Sveen. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to your rescue. And you will do the same. That's how we protect things we love. We'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Not my moment. Not my turn. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Ghouljaw. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alice and the others said. You were going. Kara, we finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories in Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the preservation. Complex 1029 is called. Falsely registered a distribution center. In reality, it's recorded any traffic. Didn't know where Calix is hiding and such, but we may contain clues. Sorry it took so long for us to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we check it out together? This is a huge step forward. We could take it, clear the expedition for relevant authorities, and have one of our own people operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Oh, it's a dungeon. Nope, not this side. Ready to head on up. Next stop, 10th floor.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
Okay. You'll know the main objective here is to pick up Calyx's trail. You've learned a certain device that should help us do that. I'll explain how we proceed, but according to the information, able to dredge up the device in question should be installed in the Director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, the map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located on the western side of the complex. The Director's office is on the northeast side of here. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We will need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work your electrotrope magic? I'll try my best, but the type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. In any case, I can't. In case I can't, you might want to look around to see if any are left a key security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it doesn't seem likely they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect most luck searching through their personal belongings. Few documents untidy, no security cards. Display index page for employees. Nope, I don't know. None of that means anything to me yet. Only desk drawers open. You can tell at a glance the desk of the former owner left something behind. Electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Alright, let's try it on the door. Scanning the card-shaped key in a similar size of the scanner panel. Yield the key shape up to the scanner. It's opened. You did it. We nailed it, guys. And a good thing too, I was getting nowhere. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, or so the terminal told me. Perhaps some more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Alright, let's quickly scan this real quick. Research objectives. Oh. Leadership personnel? Demetrius, Sulfur, redacted. Add material distribution. Keep in mind to conduct yourself accordingly, both inside and outside. Each employee. Your clearance level dictates where you can access. Okay. And that's just information. I was hoping to get something more, but we did not. There's no way this gives us access to that place, right? But it beeps in disapproval. No good. We need a different one. Alright. We'll find a way through Shale, I'm sure of it. Alright, let's go look for 2, then 3. I think is how it's gonna go, right? That's the way that makes the most sense. Came from there, we're gonna go in here. But could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way to the director's office must take precedence. Check the locker room. Oh crap. Never mind. How do I get off this? This scene can't be skipped. 369. Yes. Skim through the entries. Orthodox medical practice. Master Calix's philosophy. Calix's blinding brilliance. Living memory, a precedented screen scene. Should I report my concerns to the director? We should schedule conduct a major experiment. Details will be kept ignorant. It's clearly the number pad. I clearly don't know what number it is. $158. Endless. I will preserve the historic number along with you. Preserve number. $158's preserved number. You're no help. $201,930. Oh fuck, I forget what number. Cool jaw. 158. Thank you. $11509. Security level 2. We did well. We can explore more. Researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. I almost forgot that researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read didn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex afterwards. It was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calix and his work. Entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move to the investigation to the other room. Secure lab, maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via something. Locked access door. Hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take old one if you like. I doubt we have the blah blah blah. Something something. Alright, these are Calix's old quote unquote peers. Or subordinates? I don't think he had any peers. Quote. Thank goodness I'm tall. With 2 ways to check, you always gotta check the way they don't want you to go first. You never know what you might find. None in all, no power. The energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit. Contingency for opening the door. Look, the sign above the scanner. In case of emergency, backup power is rerouted from the facilities. Facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting power restored to the G2 lab. Oh, shale. Engaging power supply. No good. Returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to the error code referenced in the power supply, has been interrupted an extended period of time and reconfigure both the emergency generator and circuit control panels. Shale, that's your emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage. But how does it send power to the other labs? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall, directly to the tutorial lab, which means we need a way to connect the generator to that lab. Patterns on the floor. To the control, we can create an unbroken path for the power. What I would give for instruction manual. Indeed, if you look around written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might someone to operate. I can do it. I've used this type of machine before. The rest of us will help supplying Kara with whatever information might be found on the circuitry. Yeah, you guys do all the heavy lifting. What can we put here? Circle. Okay. There we go. It worked. We did it. Lab now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access the certain data logs? Preservation in the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. Text-based account, I'll read it out. Preservation Alexandrian Institute of Technology Development was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing an organization came during Alexandria's involvement with Storm Surge and Calix's designs on new defensive solutions. As conflict grew in intensity, mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards perfection of memory storage. Research into his field continued after Storm Surge came into an end, and Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced the endless existence. I met him only once before the surge began. I was attending my father, whom reigning over Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating disease, yet still he published theories so high regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I hear the single-minded of his. So it was war that came to our kingdom. My father was quick to commit unwavering support to somber young path of proposal of preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed, I was by my sudden succession to the throne, endless research, and others less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change, I wonder? Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion. I fail to see. Perhaps he did change, but I still driven by some deeply held beliefs. Morality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the tutorial lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything. Oh, you shall. It's only going to be spell speed or tenacity. I don't need the others, or critical. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Something good, I hope. Gods above, is that? It's a relic. Sorry, I'm just sort of skipping, but I'm reading it. But it isn't the missing shard inside the one that Kara has. Laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Mila relic. Once the treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working on harnessing its power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? This is a device made to control it. That would be the logical conclusion. Yes, it is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electroscope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, why. Now it makes sense Callus can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there's much we can learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Ishtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I'm too curious about many great things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully the security card here grants us access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelon. That means higher security clearances. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything that's level 3 is no good to us. Anything less than level 3 is no good to us. Yeah, right. What chance would be in the first thing we looked in? Sturdy looking shelves, no security cards. Found a security card. Well, we found it. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Of course it is. And of course I found it. We're hoping to find in there, Shale. You're saying about a certain device was going to help us? Right, I haven't properly explained myself. I'm looking for a data relay. We discovered an ostensibly abandoned complex. I performed a cursory investigation. Oh man, so many words. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic when the web of ever keeps. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. Since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need a data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all of this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, measuring our strength, what can he possibly dream up? Speaking of cameras, nothing mentioned, I found evidence that someone's deliberately disabled the surveillance feed on this room. Most recent recording was crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. Hell yeah, let's see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Holy shit.
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
I didn't see that coming. If that's somebody she trusted, then god dang. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. Check the images against personal data. The man who pulled the trigger is Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to deep infatuation with Master Calyx. Cameras in his room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Not surprised given how our parents defected. They spoke of rushing me through a portal even as preservation agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after. But if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers, they did not regret their actions. Oh, Kryl. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know the conflict unfolded between your parents and preservation. What we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's existence. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. I forgot we were still chatting about this key. Hold security up to the scanner. There we go, let's head inside. Now you found a data relay, don't be shy. Everyone, speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Kara, come with me. I might have need of that security card. Damn, this terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Search clues to an infuriating puzzle. Did I find it? Amongst the personal effects, Director's data tablet, closed locker stands beside the table. Oh boy. It contains nothing of note. You should quietly shut the locker door. Pick up the tablet, skimming through the contents. Shutdown protocols. Person up underground processing. Once the shutdown protocols have completed, I will proceed to my corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in this physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment must be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized access. Nothing of note. Okay, it said nothing of note. Major incident, details in full report. Broke preservation, absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught, retain the flesh. Master Calyx as a physical instrument and conduits in his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel have their bodies reduced to aether, which will be allocated to further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Callus's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not worthy. Yeesh. Laying dormant for years. Coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no beyond brewing coffee. There remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Soul cell storage. Must have belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Find crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at the terminals in the proto lab, the tutorial lab, and the director's office. Alright. Exactly what we needed. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. If passwords are involved, I expect the access to concealed by electrotrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked by. Remember what said, never trust an electrotrope surface. It isn't always what it appears to be. Of course, electrotrope is how you alter the look of a solutionized floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. Didn't the note? Go ahead and try it. I agree, 2 people should be in the lab terminals, input the rest. Let's look for the password in our office. I'll take Proto Lab. Maybe something. Alright. Keep in touch via communicator. I have the honor of entering the password. Take place in this terminal. Display over the plate there. The one with the gems. I thought since it was made of electro, it might be serve some purpose. Or buttons to make it do something. Maybe you can figure it out. Does it need another gem? Two jewels are embedded. Else appears to be an empty slot. Hold down, there's an empty slot. Name of the tablet. Cancel. There has to be something in there, right? Just that? Okay. Okay. slowly but surely, hoping to figure this out. I'm usually okay at puzzles. So I press this, then this next one. Hey, this isn't so hard. No, it isn't. For you. Everybody got the easy part. I gotta select a correct password from a guess. Alright, I'm just gonna go back into that room, I guess. But it said I didn't find anything. Plus, I'm missing a gem. Isn't somebody supposed to... Oh, there she is. Stool or sturdy box, fair enough. No, and that's the way we came. Yeah, we have to discover enough clues. Endless. 2 people escaped. They can't see his brilliant direction. Drawers cube. Solve the puzzle. Connect there. Alexandrite. Thank you. Give me the gem. Gem goes in here. Snugly in place immediately afterwards. Flowing lines, diagram display accompanied by a short phrase. Floor plan of this complex. Display and realize the shapes or corresponding rooms to the complex you now stand in. This may be related to the password you are looking for. Something glowing, handwritten. This must be about the special meaning Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each gem means something different. I bet if you speak to Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from gemstones. Alexandrite, Director's Office, Protolab, Lab. How do I get out of this? There we go. Symbolism of Alexandrite. Concept of protection. Protection, honesty, devotion. Honesty, devotion. Fuck, I don't know what room Wooklamot's in. Who's in this room? Protolab. Oh, Protolab is Wooklamot. Muklamat and Sapphire. I nailed it. Alright, good on all three fronts. I'm happy that worked. The secure room is the only place you need to search. If data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture as soon as Waklamot and Cry will join us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us. Is it going to be a trap? The elevator's a lot bigger than I thought it was.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, A restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face.
Oh,
you
snap.
hear me?
She's getting serious, y'all.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Fair enough. I'm with you.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Okay. I thought power was shutting down or something. Well, that was an adventure. May have been a method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. I wanted to before Viper and Pictomancer, Dancer, I think it was Dancer and something else that was added, correct? And Sage, I want to guess. Oh, Aaron Vale's back. Damn that bastard Calyx. This before snatching away the moment of triumph. That weasel. Great deal of preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, fighting whatever sport I can. One of our own. Consider what our next action will be. Calyx has offered our opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso-Eternal, then we must go. Nevertheless, I did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmuting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis, Zelina, and for the other Sween I may have become. But most importantly, my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It's always been your fight. Thanks for understanding. You're welcome. He'll be coming. Of course, Cryo will be coming. And the fellow Silence. Alice and the others on this point have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with... I can't, I know sometimes. Oh, Kara, Kryl, and I think we should talk to Gosan. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandra's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences. We need to warn the officials. Justification aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all those who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yeah. Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. I am off. There we go. Sorry, I got a little turned around. Alright, out of here. Go over to the crystal. Aether shard. Alright, Gossen.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Group of Alexandrians.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love these things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Lamity, you used her name.
Uh-oh. Is that good? Is that bad?
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
No snap. That either means she's gonna die or she's gonna make it. She'll be fine. Sometimes in movies and tropes require that she die for making a promise. But she made a promise to plebs, so it can't be too much. I don't know. Should prevent registration from reaching the target number. According to our most recent surveys, the number of neo-regulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Surplus of units account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like Calyx, something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Charm of his mother, which is only a little weird. Jeez, where is that? Oh, living memory, of course. I knew that. You stole... Why, what's happened to the Meso terminal? Let's assume Calyx has manipulated the terminal's electrolyte and facilitate great invitation to the upper levels. For the sake of all, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. A terminal invitation. Oh boy. Let's try and sprint there. We also have to do the duty roulette at some point. It's been a while since I did Alliance as a tank, but we're gonna try and catch up on the MSQ today. This is our first objective, primary objective. It's MSQ first. I realized at the last freaking second I could ride. Oh, yeah. Facing a battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon wakening, I found the world as I knew it. I was so frightened at first I couldn't recognize a single thing. I thought everything I loved was gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend others. I thank every Alexandrian, who believed. I thank my other self, who loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling for kindling this hope in my heart. So let's make a stand together and fall for what we hold dear. It's the crown. Oh, Queen's Fiend. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what the big difference between the two of them were. Freed consciousness, I shall become, well, besides the obvious crown. The crown just shapes her hair differently. So it makes her head look different. We fight together. Let's head and finish this. In the upper reaches of the terminal waits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria much further. The team entrusted it to Kara for good reason, and beside, 'twould be a tragedy to relinquish the relic. Apparently Calyx thinks he's taken their measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution that he would be so bold as to extend an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his. Come, friends, we set forth into the mists of dreaming endless. Meso terminal now available. Am I looking forward to this? Not really. Didn't even get off the ground. Say hello.
Ah, you've come.
I'm not even at
I'll
750.
begin by wearing you down.
There we go. Kill them all. We almost got them all.
I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle. The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Good doctor. I'm doing.
You've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
Black Mage, Greed. Well, it's also for Pictomancer, so yeah. That boss wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. As, you know, as every boss is. Alright, I got them all. Yes, yes.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Keep all the hate. Don't lose aggro.
Be the loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy? Escape.
Got it. Right, not strong.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
Fairly simple. Pass. 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 Got all three. They all go to hell. Me first.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom.
Got all of them. And all of these guys. Them all. There we go. Well, not that way, obviously. Boss number 2? No, this will be the final boss coming up.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
That's pretty cool.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
Kinda has short, stubby arms, though. But that's still cool.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storms.
Okay.
Count the Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Yep. Figured as much.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Oh.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Well,
death is everywhere, pillaging the
didn't see that one coming. Oh, I see now. I was like, I'm just gonna get further and further away. Well, Jesus Christ. That camera did not help me out that time. Oh, GG. Oh man, I died 3 times? That's not too bad for my first time, not knowing anything. A suit of fending. Got some tomes. I mean, technically we leave duty into a cutscene, I think. Right? Right.
XIV?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
And so we shall.
Calyx!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Oh boy.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require?
Thanos style.
Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now?
What in the...
What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold.
Ooh.
The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one!
What?
4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator.
What happened? Did he kill that guy to do
We
it?
have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back!
Oh, I
I
see.
don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
No, that doesn't look right.
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
5,000 people.
What's going on?
Okay.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
Less stubby arms.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That was a
Welcome to the
false deity,
Scions.
brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
I mean to win.
That remains to be seen.
Alright, Ageless Necropolis. Quests and duty support. You have some NCCs to do it with. We're going to do it that way. Because I am a fool. It's honestly easier to do with a group than it is to do with these guys for me. Because if I die, we have to restart the whole thing all over again. Vice versa. This way, if I die, somebody can revive me. Alright, so they're like a mermaid. Top half bipedal with wings and extra limbs. Okay, the wings are attached to the hips. The extra arms attached to the shoulders. Shoulder blades, roughly. And their claws. He's got his arms crossed. And the whole, I guess, cyberpunk effect. I know it's like glitch. And like a 3D space. No pattern. Pattern. Weird. But only on the edges. Okay. It's gonna be a minute before we get enough people for this. So let's leave the Ageless Necropolis. We'll be hopefully teleported back in here when the time comes. Ageless Necropolis. Make and wait. Currency. Ooh, we're at 6. Alright, that should be enough to buy something at Solution 9, right? Not that button. We had to go to the Golden Saucer as well. Alright. Thought it would take much longer than that. It did not.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
Rip. I fucked up.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them.
I don't know what that means.
Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you.
I didn't know if it was going to push me or not, so I got nervous and scared.
You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Okay.
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Alright.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them. Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Oh, I'm so happy we did it. I think I only died once when I got pushed off the edge, right? Here we are again.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
Uh-oh. The Super version? The Neo version.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
She about to be promoted to queen? Uh-oh.
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
No, he wasn't ready. For the power of positivity.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Not on my watch.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
protect them together! The others.
She lives.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Alright, Alphino, what do you got for me? Yet to regain consciousness, but not to worry, Lamati is fine. I've been in touch with Val Koana. Arrangements to convey her home, by which means come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wook Lamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone that said oh, I missed it. I'm assuming she's talking about her brother. You saw it to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away, or freedom to feel joy and sadness to feel we are meant to experience in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, and we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen. Feel free to go on ahead and attend Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update onto the situation. Shall we make for the outskirts then? We can check on things there. Alright. Got lost in thought for a second. Let's teleport. Make it there sooner rather than later, and then turn around. Well, didn't have to go far. Kara, everyone is teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seemed untouched by trouble, as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths between Vale and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we fear, those who adopted the Neo-Regulars appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown hostility towards others. I suspect this is due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to help the afflicted, largely peaceful manner. I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a large, which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Cryo, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to the aid of the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people who fought so very hard to save. It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. We can do a trust 2D with them. Blades in waiting. Mayhap you take upon your suggestion, only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching the unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahu Sa, who works in this field of Yubi's Hello, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before the clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you're safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Cryo. Not mushroom circle best. Look who it is. Good to see you again. Hale and healthy. I'm sorry we didn't get a word sooner. How is everyone? Won't nothing terrible befall us. Near a regular crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Propane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at the medical facility. You needn't worry. With proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to normal selves. I'm sure I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to lose any more friends. I also hear that XIV, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours make sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe a debt of gratitude to you. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what we've been given. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is in our hands. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me and everyone. Now I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Propane and the others in the outskirts. Peppo? Is there anything that help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin. Wonderful. I shall petition Gosen to spread the word. Our outskirts show has been cancelled, it seems. By the way, Kara, Alphino told me that Koana arrived to escort Lamati. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort treatment arrangements. Given all, oh my god, all that, mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gluljal? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Ashley said he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs in Evertown. Tapu, I believe her name was, should point you in a general direction. What is this? Family Matters or MSQ? Over the wall. Is there a way through the wall? Not that I can see. Right. Tapu. Tapu. Here, happy to hear. We prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gluljal. He was here asking if we needed help with anything or if we noticed anyone acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Don't be in trouble.
Welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
You'll grow in strength.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Fair enough.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve. But I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can. And then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Good, good.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
I have a feeling I don't have a choice. Alright, Ghouljaw. Blades in waiting, let's go. Sounds fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. I'll think of past Maelstone. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Okay. To solution 9 we go. And then, nope, not that. Neonstein. Let me run over here. To the back room, please. And to Shale. Kara, stars, you're safe. I heard reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. Thank you. You're welcome. Now everyone's back. I say we pause for a moment to savor we've accomplished. Underestimate. Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose, I was about to say promise, purpose, has the government is tasked in conducting even more complete survey of the containment complex. Preservation facility, the lab where they study the key, certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how the experience may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose greater threat. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition. Right, I have a meeting with city councils to defend. Cruel to leave Rahu to answer a barrage alone. (1029) Locate the facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All the ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk for as long as you like. Say the word, I'll help you settle in. Likely you may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Okay, sure. Okay, several weeks later.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly.
It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso Terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
I guess this is the end of the chapter. Yeah, this must be. It'd be a good place to stop
Despite the disruption caused
to
by
try
the
and get the
dome's
daily
arrival,
duties done
the people in the
and give me a
surrounding
chance to go to the
region
restroom
have
after
since
this.
reclaimed their normal lives. The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
Back to Tliolo.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Keeling?
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see, I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot.
Nothing terrible.
And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
Or be who we've become.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin.
What happens now?
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Did that get rid of all the glamour?
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
Promotion?
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
Knew it. Promotion.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
Voices of the past will be your guide.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
I didn't know what to say to her at first. Where did she pull that out of?
For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
And I don't think Calyx is gone.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Guess we'll find out. Oh, that was that? Okay. Oh, it's not over yet. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Kara. Wilkamata is right. Ours will not be an easy road, but the words lend me strength. I should do it one step at a time. And Teola will be your support. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. No speaking of Koana's notes like this time. Battle Reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. I expect some confusion amongst Sidon's restored memories. Do you have any other matters to attend to in Alexandria? No. Red and orange, I like the theme. We're gonna keep rocking it. We're sort of close to red and gold, but not gold. Going to Leolo. Party finder. Well, rope cone for completion. I'm finally gonna finish the rest. Still got lock duties behind. Okay. Extreme. Wing practice, Hector strategy. Wing farm, hope to see them today. What are these? These are raids, these are trials. That's fine. There. Where are we going? It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The lens guard said my training would begin right away. So I'll be staying in Tuliolo a while. We believe in you, Galuljal. And whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to help. Oh dear, our vow reason is out of sorts. Can you blame you? Lamachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So you were to study the blade, Galulja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training in one condition. You practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives in. It truly is. With that love is the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a something blah blah blah. There's no better life and legacy for forever to endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I could stop Calyx without you. Nor fulfilled my promises endlessly, and thank you, Kara, for them from the bottom of my heart. You are welcome. Come and visit Fuliola. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once necessary preparations on it, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Suliolo. However, the tale of our beautiful and resilient nation will be preserved in the future, successive generations adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. Amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until the day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come really far, Galulja, and you'll keep doing us proud. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphina and the others. Okay, I guess you just teleport to Solution 9. Spin. Spin. Kara, you're here. We were just discussing what it is to be done in the coronation ceremony. Herefore, two isolated kingdom must join its peers in the world stage. In fact, Alexandria is a ninth nation cause for consternation. And smooth introductions were the science to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, student leaders are always accustomed to hearing Alphino report our fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. Dread to imagine what might have come pass if you'd never come to our aid. And I had other news. Participated in Memory Restoration have expressed a desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place, a gentle remembrance. We have to hammer out details, but I was thinking of host this service in the highest ever keep. Ever since my time, we believe the departed continue there beyond the clouds. Okay. Seems very fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard. I wish for our loved ones to soar. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. It's a tremendously brave thing you're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture memory as perfectly as data in a file. But that precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour in the city after I awoke? Strange and frightening, grown more home here ever since. Now I feel a part of the new Alexandria is in a part thanks to you and your patient guidance. And so I here remain, should I ever have need of your aid with anything at all. Pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Complete. Da 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 da. Something like that. See, there's that prick.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
The others.
But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Uh-oh. Nation.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
I thought we were done with the Asians. If it's not them, then who? Alright. Give me a moment. I'm gonna use the restroom and get myself a drink. Smoke them if you got them, folks. I'll be right back in 2 or 3 minutes. Sorry for the wait. I'm back now and ready. Alright, let's do this proper like. Alright. Alright. Nothing going on guild chat. We need to do alright. We need another level. Did we do alliance raids? No. Main scenario is always a must we gotta do. Parties recruiting. Nothing for me. Got less than 5 minutes to go. Got a quest to do. Main scenario. We can do that later. We're gonna do that later. Right now I want to try and get some of these currencies. We got 704. Let's go spend them. Get ourselves a little stronger. Nexus upgrade. Right here. We did chests. We have feet too. Fuck. Didn't even put them on. Alright. We'll do this real quick. That's fine. Praetorium. Okay, we can do this. I think this is one of the longer ones. That's fine. Didn't get a chance to dye those or glamour those, so I look a little ridiculous. Which is fine. I need to put on the next level gear. Always need to do that. Biggs and Wedge gone. It's on us now. This way, gents. There we go. This way. We don't have that yet. It's fine. There's no reason not to use all my mana. Got all of them, that's fine. Did I get all of them as well? Hopefully. Option to move too far. He lost one somehow. Oops, I was pointing the wrong way. That's a monk? Okay. It's a monk. Gaius. Early in his career, he looked promising, peaceful. Ripped open walls, want me at my side. Take your father's mantle, become the Emperor's right hand. You said so yourself. My father had a change of heart. Will you not consider making a common cause? Join my power. We might do much for this realm. No, I expect no better answer than this. Save as an ally, you are too dangerous to let be remain. So we fight a robot, and then we fight him. Then we fight a robot, and then one other thing, then him. I think we fight Nero, don't we? At least once during this. Damn it, guys. Wait, damn it. There really is only 3 of us. Yes, yes. Boom. We got this in the bag. Yep. I was staring at it for a while, didn't realize. Huh. How come I'm not firing this stuff? Hiya. Yep. You do it once to bring it up. You hit the X button to fire. Alright. Another wall down. Yes, Sid? How can we help you? Using this thing for the last time. Overcharged it. And I think Nero's the next fight. Had to see what those were. Oh, now it's time to fight. The big hammer falls down. Ah. Nero. Someone there. Garland. I guess that's Sid's last name. Sid Garland. Tired of living in Sid's shadow, even though Sid's no longer there or part of the squad. He's still upset. Sid non-bloody Garland. Yeah. That's how it happens, until a generation comes along that doesn't remember Sid. Nero, what are you? Click. And then seeing Nero later. Seeing Nero now, and then in this armor and all this stuff, and then seeing him later with like a 5 o'clock shadow, being a weird divorced dad type status, overworking, barely paying attention to his health, all to help us, kinda. You know, he has this big hammer to try and defeat us. We don't have to stand in AoEs while tanking. Come out here first, then move down here. Arms length. I missed it. Dead, he's dead. Well, down. Only so much you could do. Hey, there car goes. The ultimate weapon is activated. It brims with the power of icons. It's alright. I think we only have to fight him once this time round. Man, to think they had quests like this. Long time ago. I remember. These used to be, I think, 24 man. when they upgraded to 4K. Added textures to leather, cloth, metal seemed better. Metal seemed less chrome, more dull, like it would be if it was armor. If that makes sense.
Keep your eyes peeled. Guys will be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
Thank you for the motivational speech. Gaius is back, and he thinks he's a badass.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down?
Oh yeah, Cartano.
They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether.
But then what's his name? Fuck. Does something far worse. Well, attempts to.
Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Swan, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise.
I see.
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict.
Try that, and I think Bahamut, you know, ended the world the first time.
It is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death.
Shadowbringers, I think, is when I joined. When they added Dark Knight.
And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come,
And I went through the Dark Knight quest.
face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my
I remember that.
to rule.
Good times. I think that's why I like Dark Knight so much. I have good memories with it.
Has the power to stop me.
This move's changed a little bit, but I don't remember the exact details of it. One of them is a sprout. There we go. Soon he'll split into fours. There's no hammer bros. Shouldn't be this. It's not that hard to finish this guy. All right. That's great. Worked out in our favor. All right, can we get... No, we're at 309. Okay. Jeez, that's... Let's talk to the mender. Thank you for repairing everything. How do we look? We look fine. What's our currency at? 570? Nice. We can get another 100. Alright, next week we'll get a chess piece or something. Yeah. We'll get a chess piece. I have so many wolf marks and trophy crystals. Cool. Tome of Poetics we got our fill of. What's this other stuff we can get? Just random things, it looks like. Nothing great or wild.
my friends, heed me.
Yes.
These are children of Forgive me. I could do them no good.
I should have all of them.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Alright, I got all three. Well, I'm not looking at that guy, so... I didn't know that. But I do. Nope. Chose wrong. I chose wrong. Whoop. There we go. Mouth off again. Yeah, I still got it. Whoop. Ooh. Cap on this is 86. All right.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
You got it. Oh no. This way. Yeah, I could have stopped in the circle. I don't think I could have stopped in the circle. I wasn't paying attention enough. I think this is boss number 2. Aether Siphon. Oh, we lost our monk. Unholy water. No, we were just calling that up. Okay. That was close. Siphon. It's water, so get in the middle. I don't gotta worry about it, so I can go back. Alright, we got him before it ended. That's good. It would reduce down to a dog. Whoa. What are you birds doing? Alright. I don't know what these birds were doing at first, but we got them. I didn't mean to use that. Darkbind is on now, though. Alright, last fight right here. I don't know if that's good or bad. Bad. Well, crumbling sky means what? I don't know if we can make it without them, but we're gonna damn well try. Nope, there we go. Shortcut. Ooh. Samurai, read. What? I got that samurai thing for, okay, I'll take it. Get you out here. I mean, that was good, but usually I need to put on percentages. I like to wait till they're below 10% or at 10%, but I can't tell where they're at. So I'm not going to worry about that. All I know is they're almost there. Alright, I'll hit the mic real hard on that one. Yeah, we can exit. Alright, did that. What am I looking for? Currency. I think that's enough for the next thing, right? We got shoes, we got pants, we got hands. All we need is head. And then earrings and such, but yeah. Alright, we did leveling. Now to do high level item. I kind of remember this one. There we go. Nothing, nobody, okay. There we go. Here, and then we'll go down there. Never thought about Reaper in a while. I think about giving it a try sometimes, and then I'm like, nah. Nope. Missed that opportunity. It's okay. That bet did nothing. Going the wrong way. There we go. Explodes around us. And then leap. Ooh. Yep, I deserve that. Didn't save anything for it.
You underestimate me.
Clean sweep. I think after this guy we got one more simple boss. Hard slash, siphon strike, soul eater. That was my fault for getting it thrown up there. Come on and die. Really die? Let's find out. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then... Oh, wait. You got him. Julia Osorana. Then they tag out. That was way too early. I missed the other guy. GG. Did it. Barely, but we did it. Who was it? The bard? Alright. Thanks for staying with me, guys. It's been a wonderful stream. From beginning to end. We got some MSQ done today. We got a few more points. Oh, before we go, let's got our hat, our helmet. Put it on, of course. What? I thought we did. How is it not better than the helmet we're wearing? I see. We don't have room. And what is the other one we got? Nope. The rest are all in place. The only thing that is not is this. There, we're at 735. So next time we can try and do that last, the expert. Nope, we still haven't unlocked the expert yet. It's fine. Alright. Thanks for staying with me and being with me this late. Have a good night, y'all. It's been a wonderful time. Bye.